Hello, hello. Good afternoon, evening. Sorry. Goodness me. So, if you don't follow my Twitter, sorry I wasn't on yesterday. You might hear it in my voice. My voice is a bit congested today. Oh my. Hey, Nelly. Hey,
subs
did
come
you?
thick and fast, also fish.
Hey, Zinio. Thank you for the sub. Was there a fish? There was no fish. Did the fish miss? I think the fish missed. Yeah, the fish missed. But apologies for not being on yesterday. Hey Masonic, I was terribly ill yesterday. Like really, really ill. Oh, thank you for that. And the fish. I was terribly ill yesterday. I had like a headache. I had like a fever. I was exhausted. I was in terrible shape yesterday. And last night it wasn't much better, but I pretty much stayed in bed like all day yesterday and last night. And today I woke up with a headache, but the headache's gone, so I'm just a little bit tired. My voice is a bit congested today. But otherwise I seem to be back in good condition, which is good because I'm going somewhere on Thursday. That's one reason why the stream week was going to be shortened by a day, but now it's shortened by 2 days. Because I'm not going to be here on Thursday. I'm going to Halloween Fright Nights at a theme park. So thank goodness if I was going to get sick, it happened before going to that. I don't know what I caught either. I really don't, because I don't go anywhere. The only thing I can think of is maybe I picked something up when I went to go get my visa last week, and it just incubated maybe? I don't know. But I have no idea. Sorry. Also, I gotta hydrate. And also, hello, Masonic. Hey, Flutter Pony. Twilight's trying to poison you. She ain't gonna get me. She can't get me. I will survive. Also, hey, Star Hammer. Goodness. But thank goodness I didn't want to miss today because I want to play more Final Fantasy. We ended last week on a heck of a revelation. Like holy fish nuggets. So yeah. Let's see. Let me get it started. Of course, the new patch dropped today too, though we won't be really doing that patch because I'm not there yet. Tomorrow, I think the Halloween event starts. But I don't stream tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a little sneaky stream. I don't know. I mean, I do have to rest too. Make sure I'm fighting fit for Thursday. Oh yeah, I should have realized I have to download the update. You'll have to give me a moment. The new Hildebrand is out. I need to catch up on the Hildebrand side quests. I'm quite behind on them. Could have been Derpster trying to see. Well, then I would call upon Derpster to help me become unill, so I would not wish to ban them. So fill everyone in on the last 40 hours of text windows. Oh my goodness. So I think we've come to the revelation of what happened and what we're up against. And kind of discovering what Hermes' deal was. Like he was a bit of a sensitive soul. And he was always a bit on the edge. See, back then, everyone always experienced joy, even in death, you know. But he was never big on it, you know. He's like, these are sad moments.
Shake hands with danger.
You know, and you know, he was the only one that ever felt sad about things. You know, he treasured all life because, you know, back then it's like, oh, we'll create life, you know, and if it's not perfect, if it doesn't fit the ecosystem, which is responsible, of course, but then if it doesn't, we'll just unmake it. And he felt for all those lives that got unmade, and he always felt alone because he was the only one feeling things. So he sought his answers out amongst the stars, that if there are other life forms out there, maybe they could give him reaffirmation on, like, if there was true meaning to life. But unfortunately, he found all other life suffered and died, and all died in despair. And this being he created out of the force called Dynamis absorbed all this despair and was turned by it. And so that is our enemy. Meanwhile, he's like, okay, well, look, I don't think we should live because everyone else, but I'll make it fair. Everyone forget all this happened. You know, nobody gets to remember. And I'll even fight against it too, if I don't remember it. And we'll make this the setting stage if mankind deserves to live. And so yeah. That's kind of where we are, but of course we escaped with our memories intact, and so did Venat. So that's kind of where we left off. And showing that that mankind was giving in to despair. They were like, you know, we want this paradise back. You have to give us this paradise back, and we'll sacrifice anything and everything to get this paradise back. We'll sacrifice more of ourselves to Zodiark if we can get our paradise back. And Venat was like, no, don't do that. You'll just go like everyone else did. You know, all these other civilizations, that's what happened to them. Changing my data center, by the way. I was playing on my other account. And they're like, no, forget it. We're going to try to get this paradise back. And she goes, all right, fuck you. You don't deserve the power that you have. So her literal statement is, mankind will now, I will take your wings and mankind will now walk. And she sundered the world. And she has greatly suffered for it. Favorite part is when Tatr said, we're walking to the end, and a triumphant elephant tooted. Okay, Moon, enough describing 2020 is what happened in the game. Let's see. Hop over here. This is a lesson of not sending a kid into space. We're very emotionally attuned to everything, pretty much. I'm not quite and I guess the only thing of it is, I guess she's out there like trying to affect the planet. Like she's slowly trying to break her way in and was succeeding. Well, like her and the others. And we're succeeding, and then that's why Zodiark had to come along and like shroud the world in ether to stop it. So the universe is just full of R-taxes, pretty much. Oh yeah, I finally get my first level cap. Okay, so where do we go? We're going back to Beldestian. Goodness, I'll be clearing my throat a lot. I'll try not to do it too much into the microphone, but like I say, my voice is highly congested from being ill yesterday, so. Back to Charlie. It was an effective win until Moon broke. Okay, hey, come on. I had no choice. I had to do it. Look, you don't make me a god slayer and then tell me I can't slay a god. Come on. feel when and if you go back. Got a bunch to catch up on. Stopped around 6.0-ish after the craft grind finished. I need to get back to my craft grinds. I've let myself get a little behind on it, but I'm getting there. Basically about halfway, what is it? Not really halfway. Yeah, about halfway through Shadowbringers, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna push for the end, and then I'll catch everything else up. Speaking of, I need to go through my gear, because I got this. Equip that. Definitely better. Oh, I might keep that because my other profession is bard, so put that in my armor chest. Okay. Yeah, going through the crafting is nuts. And I'm going back to my Ultros character now. And playing on that one, I'm going like, oh god, I gotta go through the crafting again. I'm like almost halfway through Heaven's Ward on my Ultros character. Let's go, hang on, I just realized this is the new robe I'm wearing. I kinda dig it, honestly. It's a nice looking robe. It's not really dancer flair, but
She really taught me what friendship could mean that day. And it was delicious.
follow. Elysium butt. Elysium, talk to me. Who followed? Elysium bot's being slow again. Hang on one moment. Silly the pony. Ah, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Elysium bot, are you okay? She's not. She's supposed to call that out. Wait, is Elysium bot? Oh, wait. Oh, that's what happened. No, she's connected. It's weird. Oh, and I got another hydrate. Okay. Also, welcome. Maybe Elysium bot's just being slow. Ouch. Well, just enough for the apple, huh? Look into that. Maybe it's just not working right. Anyway, yes. slow as Firefox, because of course you can see. Oh boy, hitting butt. Hang on one moment. If I do this, because my Stream Deck is. The hotkeys are some of the same ones I've got. Color's so much duller when I do that. Did it help the frame rate a little bit? Put it back. I thought it would help the frame. It looks like the frame rate's a little bit low. Right. Yeah, that'll sell. Alright. Thank you, Rose. Look. Alright, back to the mission. The game is designed to take breaks and return to when you want. Yeah. It's quite good. I have something else on. I guess it's, if it's not affecting my camera, then it's not really much. I'll close that anyway. Unless you, yeah, if you have property, then it's a problem. Because even if you own a house in this game, you still basically pay rent. Look, I'm not saying I'm, you know, using any kind of shading enhancements on this that could break TOS. But we should look to Final Fantasy XIV to solve the housing crisis. Yeah, it's very weird how in this game you can have a housing crisis as well. That's a real article that exists. Is it really? Oh, anyway. Alright. Lyceum? Impeccable timing as always. I heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often it seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Boy howdy, let me tell you the adventure I've been on. I feel like I have heard of that article. I've not read it, but I think I have heard about it. Oh no, are we getting another weather-changing event? So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Boy howdy, Kryl, let me tell you. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alize and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Logos Ammonius is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You also recall the proposal issued by Master I can always say it until I haven't heard it in a while, to the people of Radzadhan. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphinaud, Alize, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortunaut. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomena has spread to the capital. The others need you, Elysium. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you best start there. Hopefully, Musha will know where they are. There's no telling what you're walking into, so you best take every possible precaution. Containing the spread of blasphemies. Oh no, they're distributing check tracks. Wear protection. I am going to glamour this. I can't in here. I do like it. I want to remember when I don't need it anymore. Let's unglam it. Thank you for the boop. Brain stopped working there for a moment. Well, the weather is apocalyptic. But I bet none of these guys are seeing it. Elysium, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Golemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacius that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens begun to burn. Wait a second. Wait a second. So the first place they go is Radzedhan, and that's where it first happens. Then they arrive here. Don't know yet. Maybe coincidence, maybe coincidence. Dispatch your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart? Earlier on the Magna Glacius. Nothing wrong with cosplaying as Birdman until Brian Blessed turns up and orders you to die of an attack. Now that's a Birdman. Also, LOL.
No.
Did he just say lol?
No. We were promised an escape. Not the same we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
I thought you didn't fight.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
I swear, if they don't kiss in the end of this. So want a giant monster to land on him. Plays Alphino. Great.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wound!
Help is at hand.
to me.
He's got that. Oh, guys, stop. No, you mustn't.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now.
If they could adapt this, you play as NPC mechanics to let you try a job out before deciding to level it. Oh,
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
absolutely not. Protected. Nope, nope. Idiot.
That's not hard enough!
I wasn't expecting that to do that. I kind of hate when they do that.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Just kind of bumps you.
No, 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 no. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Is it him? Is he back?
Wait, that's... Euless
is.
and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
This looks so goofy. Let's see what we got. Storage targets HP. Isn't the word like will turn up and suddenly yell it's Wolfen time? Be in range for that. was I supposed to do that? Apparently I'm supposed to help eat that?
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
They say, turnabout's fair play. Oh no!
Ooh. Alien arrays. Yeah, I've been hearing the new Manderville quest was really good.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palakar's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Hey, it's like in the opening movie, except different scene. Or location. And person who's being the savior.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
Were you guys talking about me? My ears were burning.
Oh.
This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen. Yeah, take your damn time, Moon. Not like life or death fight is happening. Hey, look, I have to be dramatic. It's part of being a hero. You have to have those. You have to have those entrances. It's required.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order? I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages! had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me! Where were we?
There we go. Catch up on chat here. Oh yeah, I did get that new skill I needed to check. I forgot to check that last time.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Time for the entire Final Fantasy XIV community to get called out. Oh dear.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Hey, Kite.
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
Ouch.
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Oh, really?
Xenos! Here!
Ah, great. Chubmaster 6000 has found me.
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
My friend.
Why have you come?
Oh no, he's got the soup. No. What if he had the soup the whole time? I have thus far been denied my soup.
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh my god. Look, buddy, I would say I've broken up with you, but we were never dating to begin with. You need to let me go.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern.
You've come to me all angrily and very hungry for soup.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
God, he's so jealous. See, this is why we can't date, buddy. I mean, one, my barn door doesn't swing that way, and two, you just won't let me have friends or enemies. You're too possessive of me.
Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
Oh my god. Look, I'm just not that into you. You're not even... Look, we had our time. We had our time. You were a poor sport. You tried to cut your own head off because I beat you. And now, look at this. This is just sad, buddy. This is just so sad.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
I just, like... The whole scene should just be the warrior, like, walking up to him, kicking him in the nuts, and then just, like, grabbing his hair, and then pushing his face into the mud, spitting on him, and walking away. And that's it. That should be the whole scene with him. Nothing else. Nothing more.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Euless, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome?
That's the fault. That's the call out to the community. Wait, what do you mean?
If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better.
He's just evil because he is.
Honor, morality, all constructs of convenience when put to proof.
I mean, yeah, I always kind of figured that with him. I mean, we kind of learned that he has no, as he says, any of what he just listed. He's just a bored little asshole. No, he's a spoiled little asshole. That's what it is. He's spoiled. He's so fucking spoiled that he's bored. Because he's never had to fight for anything. He's just a bored little insignificant shit. Who was given everything he had and is bored because of it. He's the definition of people who want villains to just be evil for evil's sake. Of being evil and then realize it's not that interesting.
Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why.
I deal with that just by kicking him and then us never speaking with him again. Yeah, that should pretty much be the way of it. Like, look, you're too pathetic for me, you loser.
Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Nah, he's not worth it, dude. You know he's not worth it. He's pathetic.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
See, I like this. He's like, you know he's not a match for him, but he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna beat you to death. It's like he knows he can't do it, but instead he's going to go, no, you know what? You're not worth my time.
So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
See, that right there.
You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Ah, she got it right there. Oh, he's gonna go home and write that in his little poetry book. He's gonna go in a Hot Topic and go cry in the bathroom in the back.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being.
I mean, I don't mind him not being more complex, because, I mean, you know, sometimes villains are just villains. Sometimes people are just like that. You don't always have to relate to every villain that exists. It does make them more complex in some ways, but some people just aren't complex. Some people are just dickheads. And you don't have to associate with them. You don't have to see things from their point of view. You just kick them in the nuts and leave them out in the cold. And that's it. He's got evidence it's to Blair. Hella final.
There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Dare say he's probably not entirely against it. Yeah, so this was the other skill I'd gotten. In a straight line, okay. So it's an AoE, but it's a straight line AoE. Flourishing Starfall. Which one of mine is Flourishing Starfall? What did that one brain-celled man just say? Wait, which one's Flourishing Starfall? I'll figure it out. To see Xenos standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about that, all that. It's good to see you again.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives.
Maybe even half a dozen.
Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Our airship's full of sad people. What could possibly go wrong? It's an airship. You can't be sad on an airship. Then they just throw you off for ballast. You don't even have to be turning. It's just, are you sad on an airship? Off you go.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Forchano. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
Positively only on the airship. Only positivity.
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh man, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Or where I got these new threads. They're practically an antique at this point. Entire world's burning down. Hang on, we have politics. When is that not the case?
Did you hear something just now?
That's always the case. Yeah, it's made out of butterflies. What the shit? Oh my god. Are you serious?
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Are you not frozen?
"'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
The Lawfell's Furcon is in town. Bunny, yeah, Bunny is just hungry. I'm like that when you talk of pudding. I'm like that too. That's exactly the response. If you told me there was pudding, I would do that too.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
I am very glad they just addressed that. I'm like that with tacos and pudding. Yeah, I'm a mooning way. What's a mooning way? Oh, about a pound.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Yeah, the leopards. They're amazing.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Toucher's persona.
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Atheris. Oyanje made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Uriange's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom?
Do you even know what pudding is? You've eaten nothing but carrots.
As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever,
That
we
music.
are at your disposal.
That music. I recognize that music. You want to set everything cute on fire. That way you can be in denial. Good Lord, I haven't heard this tune in so long.
From Heidelin's love for the lives of this star. So naturally, we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Orianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important, as am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
You just have to, Nelly, come on. You have to, and then we blow up the moon. Okay, now hang on a second. Now you're going too far.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
Look, you're in such denial, Nelly. Look, just admit it's cute. It's fine. Cute is fine. Or do you not think I'm cute? And if you do think I'm cute, should I be set on fire? Everyone else distracted by Elvis.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable.
Don't diss the bunnies. They're handling an echelon of logistics. It is very true. They're saving everyone's ass.
'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to have you back. May thy disciples banish this darkest.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Dare say Master Fortunal was nonplussed as we were to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra. Yeah, nobody has gotten to hear my story. It's the soup thing all over again. First no soup, now no one's gonna listen to my story. Wait. Yeah, I was gonna say there's... It's just something else, isn't it? Yeah, there's no aether currents here. Beg pardon, good madam. Couldn't scales here, but notice that sightseeing log. Oh, it's a sightseeing thing. So it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Babbitt Ironheart, Millis' aunt and seasoned explorer. You dear and hand me that log of yours. Millis told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own. So it's only right that I share some of my wisdom, some wisdom of my own. Like the Putin and Zombe? What is... No, come on, it's not like you went in time and witnessed the literal end of the world. There was tea, but not soup. Well, I know, right? There was no soup. I've not gotten my soup yet. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors, some describing locales so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't bill itself, you know? Yeah, so there's like, go around and like find specific sites around the world. They're a bit less annoying. Around Reborns were kind of annoying because sometimes you had to like do a very specific thing at a very specific time of day and weather. There's a lot of these, if you just find them and do the right thing, then it's fine, but it's like, ugh. It's like, oh, this is where you do a sightseeing thing. It's like, oh, but it's not raining. Motherfucker. Final cutscene is Moon sitting down on her flying island with a bowl of steaming soup. Then Alphanon kicks down the door saying, come on, you won't believe this. Then my soup falls on the floor. Hold on, I just made this carrot soup. Nope, time to go off on another adventure. There we go. Here's my gear, by the way. Ooh. Accessories are a little damaged. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Etheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporrits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Krile tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I'd rather hear them first. To what revelation did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Holy shit. Guys, you are not going to believe this. This dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasa are one and the same, this all but proves Nadana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of the ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteon, or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. This is something I did in my RP story, kind of. I created an entity that was basically the anguish and despair of fallen civilizations, mixed with decaying magic that was given life. I literally came up with this idea in one of my own stories. It was basically the idea of how each pony generation is a different world, so they all come to an end. And something from the first world kept eating them and growing stronger. It was literally the basis of my whole story. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Etheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine their location. And now G5 seems to be trying something a little similar. Well, see, what's funny enough is it so worked out for my story in the end, because at the time I didn't know what G5 was going to be about. So we didn't even know it was going to be like a continuation basically. Which, you know, I thought it would be like any other pony generation and just create a whole new world. Didn't realize it would be the same one. So it kind of worked out that was like, oh, well, we stopped this thing from destroying the world, so now the world gets to continue on. We've broken this cycle. And so now G5 is a continuation of G4. So it kind of fit into the storyline unintentionally. So it's like thanks to some of my character's story, G5 is now the world continues on. We've changed the timeline. Before Medion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vinat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Vinat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Ethris, not to stay. Yeah, we get spark annoying. I know, right? Okay, look. This is like killing Zodiark all over again. Some mistakes were made. That's my bad. I'll have to figure out how to correct that mistake. Actually, funnily enough, when I ended the story, because I actually ended the story with, like, they move on to, you know, my characters move on to the next world, you know. They leave this one behind, they sacrifice themselves, and get reborn onto the next world. You know, and it's supposed to be like, you can't return once you do that. And then I had them return by some unknown force, like some impossible force brings them back. And I've been, like, positing an idea in my head, because when she came back, she had, like, vague memories of that other world, of, like, the life she had, and I've been positing, like, this idea of maybe coming up with a story of what her life was in that world and maybe how she came back. Or maybe creating some kind of, like, either written or graphical story based on it. Like, creating a whole story for this other world that currently doesn't exist because the timeline changed. Although it's a tricky thing to come up with because it's like, there's this entire backstory that so many people wouldn't know. So I'm not quite sure how to deal with that either. Shotgun is pretty good at correcting those kind of mistakes. There's just something that's been rolling around in my head. Musical montage. Yeah, you would need, like, the entire, basically, like, the entire G4 backstory, and I'm not sure how I would present it. Of how my OC got where she was, and what all happened to get her there. I don't know. Like I say, something I've recently started spinning around in my head, because I want to be creative again, but I want to, like, put it out there. Because the downside to RP is it gets lost in the void. It disappears. Like, sure, there's an archive of it, but if you don't have, like, everyone's archive, then it still kind of vanishes. And so I kind of want to create something a little bit more concrete that other folks can read. Because I'm like, man, all that RP I did was so damn creative, and I'm so proud of it. And it's such a shame that so much of it's just, like, vanished into the void. And I mean, I could go back and try to create it, but it would take so long. Like, it's something that took like 8 years for me to tell the story, and it would probably take longer for me to like put it out in graphical form. So it wouldn't quite work. You know, some people are using Discord for that. Good point, good point. It is an information repository. Oh, wait. Hey, Flattershy Pit. To be honest, you've been converting those stories into a new IP. I thought about it, but I was like, I still want to use. I still like the pony world. I would just use kind of my own stuff. I don't know. Ponies are now kobolds. Everyone liked kobold. Thank you for the pets. Yeah, I thought about it. I was like, well, I could make it a new IP, but I thought there's so much of it that actually relies on the pony IP, actually, because a lot of it's like core details of previous generations and whatnot. I was like, nah. I don't know. I'm tossing around in my head. Something I started a couple weeks ago, just thinking about. Maybe. Might get with you offline later since you were thinking on how to add a moon type analog. Okie dokie. Anyway. I guess we should get back to the game, right? Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Medion? No, I know would never give up. No, but Medion is still out there. Aye, but not for lack of trying on Heidelin's part. Surely that's why she used me as a conduit for her well and provided clues such as the Elpis flower. Sorry. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Medion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then, commuting with Heidelin must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigations into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Ehrenwald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, but closer to home. They did have a lot of information on the Ethereal Sea. I did was the Sound of one, and that has mostly since gone to the void. Oh, RPU did, so the storyline has gone. See, that's the thing, and it was one of those things that it was like, back when I started RP, I had no grand designs. I was just gonna play a nice little pony, doing everyday pony things, and over the years, it developed into something massive. You know, that's what it became, and then by then it was like the realization was like, oh, this is such perfect progress and all this. I wish I had written it down, but by then it was I was too far into it at that point to really be able to go back and catalog all of it properly. And it's like, it's so disappointing. I do have the archive, like, from last year, at least from my side of it. And yeah, it's like, ugh. by then I was like, it's just too much. And it was at that point that I was like, man, if I do anything with this scale again, I definitely am making sure to archive this and create it in such a way that it doesn't get lost to the void and others can partake of it as well. You had 3 big overarching arcs in the third. In the third, you semi-retired. Wouldn't mind doing that stuff again, but it would likely just be small-scale things if you ever did. It's also the age of 140 character Twitter, yes. I mean, that's the thing. It's like sometimes the best stories start out small, and I think they should start out small. You know. Because then it feels more organic, right? You develop your characters, you develop the world they're in, and then suddenly, slowly, very slowly, things start building. And before you know it, you're like coming up with new ideas, and the ideas get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then it's like, yeah, it turned out, I was very proud of it. You do have a G5 version of your OC now, so I guess that's a start. Like, I have the entire how my character, how my OC makes it into G5. I've already written the story of how that happens. Stopped the bigger adventures because people started to get angry. You were excluding. Oh yeah. Every time I did something big, there were always people getting mad at it. And they're not around anymore anyway, so it doesn't matter. They ended up leaving regardless. I know a lot of people did not like me doing big things. And they're not around anymore, so I don't care. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the forum. Your presence is required in the rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Start our own group with blackjack and hookers. I mean, you also got shamed for only RPing with friends. I mean, it's not bad to include strangers, and I understand when people that aren't friends can get upset about that, because sometimes it's like, you're doing stuff in this like public world and you're not letting others kind of have a piece of it, because it does get annoying sometimes. But also it really depends on how you build it, and it was always one of those things I took care to be like, either what I build shows that you can either ignore what I do entirely, or if it's going to be something that's overarching effective, then you have some way to acknowledge it, sort of thing. But yeah, there's always gonna be problems with doing big public open RPs. And doing smaller ones with friends can sometimes be a lot better, as long as you're kind of gelling right. And Father was able to persuade them. Finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. So yeah, I'm getting the creative itch again. I want to be creative again, and I mean, it's been a hard year, so it's one of the reasons why I've been burnt out on creativity anyway. But now that things are slowly starting to kind of, I can kind of get back into it. It's like, I want to be creative. I want to put stuff out. I want to make stuff. Hey, Prisma Vixen. Ricky Bolt became a part of TP Hard Cannon. Then they contributed to the destruction of the old hive, especially by especially, you mean literally crashing an airship into it. Funnily enough, my OC became temporary head of the Hive. Because after the whole thing... This always fucks my camera when I look that way. Because there was like the whole thing at the end of the series where the queen got, you know, turned to stone. And it's like we came up with a contingency plan so that the character could come back. We wanted to make sure that the person playing the character could like still play the character. So we came up with this contingency plan of like a special egg and a clone and memory process. And so while that was going on, unintentionally, my character became head of the Hive. It was kind of fun. I didn't actually even mean for it to happen. It just suddenly everyone followed what I was doing, and I was like, oh okay. I mean, she was already an alpha anyway, so. Hive RP was heckin' best. It really was. It was... Honestly, at times, near the end, it was one of the things that kept the whole community alive, really. Did I see in the wrong direction? Oh well. I'm the Warrior of Light. I've got eyes in the back of my head. Forum is in session, and as such, the restaurant is closed to visitors. Scion of the Seventh Dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Oh wow, I get to wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The impediments of war are expressly forbidden. Alright, here, look, we'll just do that. See, now they're hidden. I did away with this. Well, joke's on you, my wallet was empty. You have my multiverse multipath? Son of a... You give that back. I need that. I have worlds I haven't saved yet. Like this one. Some are saved, some are escaped. Look, I'm doing my best, alright? Oh, both of you.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Speaking of Sade, you have tested the missile theory in the holodeck, and it's feasible. Just maybe great. I still need to test something out. I forgot about that. We need four fridges. I'm afraid to know what you're gonna do, but that's for Conanigans.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us, and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Telling my girlfriend's getting really into coding because she really starts tapping on her keyboard. She's going hard on her keyboard, you can probably hear it. Trust his mustache implicitly. What's she coding? I have no idea. I don't know what she's working on, but she's going hard at it. With her noise canceling headphones on and music blasting. I would ask, but she can't hear me right now.
Then let us begin.
I can't ask. She can't hear me. She's got her AirPods in. She can't hear me. Oh, she's got noise canceling head. It's the only reason she's sitting in here. Because otherwise she wouldn't be in here because of spoilers.
First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years.
Eat a coconut. Would I
We
had
have
a
collected
coconut?
biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after.
Kind of hate that they call the planet a star. Yeah, it's always a weird thing. It's like, the planet's not a star, no.
Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies.
I guess it's just the vernacular of this universe.
Radzat-Han was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient.
Have they not decided to call one Mr. Sid Garland?
Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Man, he didn't even vote. Our own former Papa didn't even vote for us. About to do a montage. Yeah, I expect we're gonna get Sid on this. There's no way we're not bringing Sid in on this.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Medion, oh, I know what he wants to use the ship for, to reach Medion. On the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Afterburner. I'd like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Turn to your task with urgency. Is how you're closing out all Moon Inc. reading Snow. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aether Burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? I actually forget how to get there. Get ready for a really tedious MMO quest. Oh no. entrance papers appear to be in order. Do you wish to send into the Labyrinthos, madam? There's still a bunch of places down here we haven't. Oh, one of the 2 Labyrinthos Aetherites. Hey, Twilens, hoping your day went better than yours? Well, I mean, it was better than my yesterday. I was ill as hell yesterday. And last night. Simple fun to talk to all the NPCs in the area, and they really go out of their way to hide the NPCs. I've gotten used to that sort of mechanic, though, of like placing them on the edge of the area, hiding them behind things. Seems like a common thing they always do. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophaline, not Opaline, that's an alicorn of a different color, take you to the medial circuit. According to the Exodus Protocol, access to the Archeon and its related services has been suspended indefinitely. Your cooperation and understanding is appreciated. No. Well, I don't need to talk to you. I talk to this guy. Yeah, so you wish to use the left. Send your associates ahead to Longest Stickin Alpha on the other side of the Marial Agronomics. Actually, there is something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. See if I can find this one over here. So it might be a little bit a ways away. Or wait, did it end up being down there? It might have ended up being down there, actually. Nope, right there. Still missing several, but we haven't uncovered most of this area. they're down there. This is for Ether. Yes. Oh, dearie me. My sweetest shaggles, or one of the Arca's precious samples has fled. Ouch. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm no Latia, an archivist. Archean is home to various samples of collections from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. A young troll, to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you. If you could please help me retrieve the specimen. I see people trying to cancel Jorts the cat. That's enough Twitter. Why? What are they trying to cancel Jorts for? Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Ugh. I think I'll continue to search my area. I'd like. Ugh. Gather before melting, the account made a quip at someone being a Karen over Instacart, and now it's albiism? What? What was the quip? Yeah, I always pronounce albiism, ableism, yeah. I always pronounce it differently. Tell the person to go get your own groceries. Okay. I suppose there's conditions to that, which could be an entirely valid statement. If they're an able-bodied person who's just getting sassy over some Instacart thing, then yeah, go get your own fucking groceries. People now interpret it as in you hate all disabled people everywhere who can't get their own groceries. Look, it's one of these things. If the shoe doesn't fit, don't wear it. It's like this. It's like the stupid fucking like not all men statement. It's like if the shoe doesn't fit, don't fucking put it on, you dumbasses. The Twitter conundrum of tweeting. Yeah, see, that's it. I love pancakes and getting responses, so you hate waffles. Then, pretty much. You see no trolls, great or small. Perhaps a bit further in. I mean, it's like if I have a pizza delivered and I complain, you know, and I complain that maybe the delivery person, you know, I don't know, didn't have his hair combed. And then someone says, well, go get your own pizza. That's not ableism. I could for sure go get my own fucking pizza. And two, it has nothing to do with... So one day you wish to hold Moon's pet rat. Yeah, well, if you're quick enough, given their lifespans. Just saw the other day people saying that if you don't like rap music, then you're racist as hell. Ah, yeah, that too. I've seen shit like that. Yeah, it's actually, yeah, I saw that going around. It's like, you don't like rap music, it's racist. It's like, okay, if you don't like country, is it racist? I guess technically not, because country is white people. And you can't be racist against white people, so... I guess because... Ugh, I'm not even gonna entertain the... I'm not even gonna entertain it. And you're doubly racist if you only like gorillas? Oh, you mean the... Oh, you mean the... Do you mean the group? Gorilla... Okay, yeah, with the Z, okay. I'm gonna say, because like their first album they came out with, yeah, I liked it. I haven't listened to it since then, but... Change your mind. The bunnies won't burn if they can take us to the moon. The errant troll is nowhere to be seen. Alatia may have had better luck. So you're not allowed to dislike a genre of music if it's pioneered by another race. And we're stretching at things to be angry about these days, aren't we? Did I see your post about the next RimWorld Expo? Yeah, I saw it. I've been getting the news bits on Steam. The new expansion for RimWorld. Yep. Really wanted to rant about it. Ugh, they're not even a point anymore. Real fucking problems in this world, and people want to be mad about go get your own groceries. Where's this guy at? It's clear up there. Something closer is there. Why do you have to go back upstairs? So maybe that's it. Maybe the final days are coming here. Everyone's getting mean and turning into monsters. See, I wasn't able to find the specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let us head there and see if we can track it down. It's not an incorrect assumption. I mean, I don't think about it sometimes. Think about parallels like that. And then hoping, I won't say hoping for heroes, because you gotta be the hero, right? Yes, there can be no doubt. These are Shaggle's footprints. Ahem. I have uncovered the specimen's trail. It should be close. If you find it under threat from the local fauna, you may dispatch its assailants. So we're reading the RimWorld 1.4 update, and shelves hold up to 3 stacks of most items. Expeditions include large corpses, chunks of minified things. Exceptions include corpses. My corpse shelf has to go. Well, you know what? That's what mods are for. If I have to make a corpse shelf for myself, I'll do it. In fact, maybe I'll look into RimWorld modding. And I'll make a corpse shelf or a morgue. Ooh. I wonder if there's a morgue. Like a morgue freezer. I mean, there is the standard freezer, but what if you could make... I got too much shit to do. Don't give me this idea, Nelly. Look what you've gone and done. That's because rotten corpses and meat now release disgusting rot stink gas. Colonists chronically exposed to rot stink may develop a new lung rot disease. Oh yeah, because there's going to be pollution now. They're adding in pollution. Which can have benefits, because like certain plants may only grow in it. Oh, I'm so glad you're unharmed. I've been playing another game recently that's sort of RimWorld-esque called Stardius. It just released. It's nowhere as in-depth as RimWorld, but it's kind of... and it's a bit slower. But it's pretty interesting so far. Looked it up when you saw me playing. Yeah, it's pretty good. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Buffoon. The arcane is under threat. I must do something. You know what? Let's not go with the obvious. What is this threat? You can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with him? Oh god, am I the new Hitch Trailblazer? The game that's literally just RimWorld out in space, roughly so. It's kind of like the inverted, it's like RimWorld inverted because the end goal is to terraform a planet and go live there. So like in RimWorld, your ultimate goal is to build a ship and get out into space. In Stardeus, you're meant to go find a habitable planet and terraform it. And then live there. Time to get my burbling, annoying baby character. Damn it. Sterilized egg layers no longer produce eggs. I didn't know they could anyway. Incredible. I've never met someone with such a skill before. This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos. However, he was abandoned by his mother and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. I've seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. To think he actually understands speech. I do wonder exactly why you're able to understand him and I am not. Actually, why can't I understand him? I'm sort of special. Really? Oh. What I wouldn't give to understand him too. Oh, it's the echo that allows it. You possess the echo, don't you? He even knows what the... Well, of course, he was reading books. He'd know what the echo is. I find it difficult to... the way your kind do. But I suppose it makes sense that you understand my general sentiments. I happen to learn of said power from the tomes in the Archeon. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge, and he makes no effort to engage with it. Grr. At any rate, I'm glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archeon's in grave danger. Some garrulous gleaner managed to bring woodworms in with them during a visit. If we leave them be, they're bound to cause irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. I'm gonna replace all its dialogue with wiki noises. I tried my best to tell that buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took up a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help. But you saw how that turned out. Well, what's it saying? I called you an idiot. Dearie me. Still, it was most courageous of him to try and solve the issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, which... we need to sort this pest problem at once. Would you mind helping out a little longer? You're the only one who can understand him after all, and he seems moments ahead of us in regards to the situation at hand. Tell you what. When I'm done with everything else that's vastly more important than that, I'll come help you out. Why do you hate small creatures? So far, you've wanted to burn like every small creature we've encountered. Okay, now that that's done. My snoot won't stop itching. I want to burn everything we've encountered. Except that one mustache. Excuse me. What? Oh, it's a mammoth. I was sitting there trying to think, like, what are you? It's a mammoth. It's a polite young gentleman. Very true. Very distinguished. We're to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticum Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they were able to create the ideal environment for growth and preservation of biological samples kept here. You gotta remember, we're actually technically underground. They're using an artificial sun. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. By having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms enjoyed by the Loporrits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiarch, and the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere sorry. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that's not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. The Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable. For some reason I was reading that is inhabitable. Inhabitable, but it's not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out, and construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of your trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. Hydrate. My nose itches. It's not like my inner nose itches, it's like the top of my nose itches. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Huh. Thank you for the boop. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing our work at Kokol Dankol. It's a Dankol. It's a Dankol. After whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. I hate the zone's daytime music. I get led up there soon enough. This music actually sounds familiar. I'm not sure if it is, but it sounds familiar.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged.
He kind of looks like the Lalafell version of Old Snake.
Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Aether Burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface. by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Yeah, that would be rockets.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Probably.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
When did Scotty turn into a Lala? When he glamoured, of course. Or, not glammed, Fantasia'd.
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Is there not literally a ship on the moon?
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need.
Also, wasn't Ragnarok the name of the ship from Final Fantasy VIII? Wasn't it called the Ragnarok?
According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the Cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
You want me to go out and fetch the Watsons? It sounds like a job for Someone else.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Just wants to make things explode, and you're going to respect that. while that was going on, I had some leftover pizza I was eating. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphinaud has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single League Burrow conversation? As we're expecting a rather lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface to inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh. And who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Oda.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan Make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn, and brass blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins, and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
I was gonna say, if you're gonna get the money
Final
group in
days
on it.
descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul,
Music track is
bid you
this?
good luck and Godspeed.
Isn't the music from Binding of Coils Raid? Binding Coils Raid is a good touch. Oh, okay. I was like wondering. I still haven't done Binding Coil. I haven't done any trials. Aside from the Crystal Tower. Trial rates.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers. And an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Are our deficiencies so plain to see?
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
Look, I haven't been useful since Heaven's Ward. Let me help. Where's the other tree lay? What, the Elder Seed Seer?
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Meanwhile, Querthus.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah. That was a roar! A dragon's roar!
Are we in our Independence Day speech moment? I think kind of. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
An upcoming cutscene is actually affected by all the side content you have or haven't done, which is cool. Like how much, like what kind of side content? Because I mean, if we're going on like trial raids and stuff, I haven't done a lot of that. Like just general side quests, I've done all the way up to halfway Shadowbringers. The side content, the characters will appear you haven't, they won't. And there's like several beast tribes I haven't done. Just appear say a thing and be on their way. So our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics. We will only know if they meet your requirements once they've arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! I've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegan technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Ha! If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this is not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you have a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Australian Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah, that lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. It's also my hope that once I get caught up with everything, I do want to go back and do as much side content as I possibly can. Probably gonna be hard to like even attempt any kind of trial raids or anything. Got suspended for giving a kid in a wheelchair. West. northwest. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Monterey Jack mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in everyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Would be really messed up with Digglets from Pokemon actually shaped like the Among Us character. Swear to God. And, it's like, you know there was the whole crying eyes Among Us thing and that like now they're just doing everything else. From like here's how to draw water shines and here's how to draw a bed and here's how to draw... Excuse me ma'am, I couldn't help but notice that you've a way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds, and since I'm never wrong about these things, might I trouble you? You see, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuits, I came upon one who's sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic as if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of... I mean, come on, if I'm gonna pronounce it how it's spelled, is anal laws? I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed, I'll scare him off, like as not, and be torn limb from limb for my pains by the fiends. So I turn to you, would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with his favorite food, and with it, you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that will be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. And though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell Analos seek to impede... look, I'm 12, alright? Seek to impede you or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you will be rewarded for your efforts. What more do I have? Wow, still too many. Ourselves while we're here. Aw, see, this is just mean. Surrounding an aetheryte with water, so when you get here, you always get your shoes wet. That's just a troll right there. We're safely able to ignore the Among Us stuff for years. Now it's infecting everyone to Undertale levels of annoying. The thing, it's like, I liked Undertale well enough, but it was not the weird life-changing experience that everyone claimed it was going to be. Not for me. Helping with Yark? Even with all the power Master Cocols managed to squeeze out of the Aether Burner, it's still not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying and there'll be no end to it if we don't fill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan and all will be well. saw the game people put on a really high pedestal. And that's the thing, because, like, you know, it was basically inspired by Earthbound and, like, what was it, a ROM hack of Earthbound, basically? And it's like, Earthbound is one of my favorite video games. But for some reason, Undertale just does not ping me that hard. Like it did so many other people. It was good, it just did not strike me. Wow. Plus, personally, I found the bullet hell style of battles actually annoying. Actually didn't like that at all. Like, it was clever. Don't get me wrong, it was clever. I'm just not big on bullet hells. Look, he has returned. I can't thank you enough. I know it may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they have an intrinsic part of the woodlands. They are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos. Keep it healthy and thriving. Though we've a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming a leader of his tribe. Perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. I like how they look like they're wearing fishnets. Nice. It is we who saw the creatures removed from their natural habitat and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we have a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well. And it would be too cruel to dispose of this one simply simply because they are under the weather. Yes, your reward. Here, as promised. Now then, it is high time I saw this fellow returned to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer. What if they were? Well, that one's got it going on. Hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Aether Burner. Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties, checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplaced a few legumes, or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as is. And with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when, a lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortunat and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? offering to help. That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents myself. It's mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon. And then, whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them for such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that beheaded rabbit that ran by. Fancy meeting you here, Elysium. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny new toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we're planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us around a few points of interest. Wouldn't that be fun? Tour of Labyrinthos? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loporrits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, the continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture? What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with the great big what's-it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Elysium. I'll show him the what's-it. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features? It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Is that water I hear from inside the great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and the gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. That looks like the trees in the greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored at the tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install even the harshest of environments. For us Loporrits, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Etheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thailands are built near an oasis. Areas near waterfalls are common sites. Villages in Girabanya. So near oasis. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We could provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may be worth learning more about how exactly to obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphinaud spoke of the machinery responsible for that feature during our journey, though. Through Aloxicon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loporrits will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlene Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. We were not escorted here by burly custodians. I dread to think, were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many hungry predators with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Loporrits may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Would I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Aloxicon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I trust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. We could just go as a group. It's not like... It's all the same to you. I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way. To the water extraction, what's it? There's just Nelly waiting to eat you. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. No, we would prefer you just medium well. Oops. My friends, I bid you welcome to Longstonston Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. It'd been funny if if Urianger got here and there was one missing. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them won't even have air for you to breathe. They're all very likely. You're all very lucky that Aetherius so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous. I cannot wait to see more of it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Merrill Agronomics. As I imagine, Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. Wouldst thou be so kind to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully, I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention, Aetherius will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to take farmers' crop without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge. They'd be willing to part with a few samples. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we can, what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's also sudden, so surreal. You don't want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. No matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in the new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. Can't see him because he's behind my chocobo. So, where to begin? Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. Tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? A brave interrupting volcano. A brave interrupting volcano for a choice bunch. As an ASM, yes. Rest in peace, 6.0 grapes. And is there, what are you eating, and is there ketchup? I'd brave interrupting volcano. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's... Equal parts sweet and sour. As with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Uriaje about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preference. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. Color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blah! So hard and flavorless. I may well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures of masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? No, wait, is he gonna eat a lemon? What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have flavor to match. Because I have no idea how these are eaten. I'll just bite into it. Also, when you eat the orange, did you just bite into the peel and all? Ugh. My tongue. Is this poison? Lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ugh. It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I'd best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. So he was fine with just biting straight into an orange. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking? I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If it doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, I would be remiss. It would be remiss of me to spurn the opportunity to... Oof. A bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, Lemon Muffin, do your worst. Did he just take a shit right before eating it? This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness can be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonizes over what's worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in the kind. Mankind, the Loporits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all form of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. But perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. But civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking Way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. We're growing all different kinds. Don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetheri's species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go in and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? I was gonna say something, and then I completely blanked when that scene was over. Oh, I like how this one, it's like, we're really going with this, you know, that we're planning, we're going full force on planning this evacuation, the exodus. You know, instead of rejecting the possibility and going, no, we're gonna give it all and we're gonna save the world. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Zolmiz is home to Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. Bari says, oodles of noodles. While I do love noodles, can't say no to seafood. Why not have a plan A and a plan B and work on both? See, exactly. Would that I had the time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish I could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Elysium, I trust thy time in Muriel agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlene Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loprit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aw. Poor crying way. Sorry. Yes, Elysium, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environment data for theories it locked as an alpha. That's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. They're verdant at least. The trees of Dravania stand particularly proud. See the forest of the first. One was purple. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy of their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. Triple threat. Good idea. I'm sure we're at the 4-hour mark, aren't we? Should probably take a break here in a moment. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. It doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? This is as good a place as any. Come. Chocobo already gone. I feel like I bring out my Chocobo for like 2 fights and then he's gone. I'm gonna take a quick break, go to the bathroom, stretch, all that. So I shall return shortly. back. I believe this quest is the one you mentioned for being awful. Oh boy. Well, we'll get this one. We'll get this one out then. We'll see if I can speed run it. We'll go for the record. Oh, can I help you? Is it you who would help me? Is my anxiety so truly obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlene ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology is true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage, but even so, if that fails us, then what can we do? If it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aether Burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well, maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about? Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one, would devise a means which to employ gravity, the spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if that's not enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them a part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insight born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporrits to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. And this expansion seems very uneven between big story moments. I think this one just has bigger big story moments is the thing. Because it seems roughly the same. It's just the bigger story moments make the lesser ones feel more prominent, I guess. Because I was kind of noticing that too, but then the more I thought about it, I was like, I think it's just because the big feels so big. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Elysium, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporrit. Oh, and I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporrit, and every Loporrit in their place. apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, it will have to wait. Seems this cleaner's too busy to chat for his benefit or otherwise. Given the range, I can see why this would... Also, do I hear? It's just that barrier. Yeah, I was noticing that too. I was like, man, this seems like this is a big down moment. Then I thought, thinking back on the others, like they all had them, but they were a little bit like more even together in terms of weight. And the weight of the big moments on this are so much heavier. The down moments seem so much lighter. 6 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds, rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the... Eep! I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, and I found myself unable to relax at all. So I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy? Goodness me, it does sound like a much better way to relax. Because of the circle, I don't trust him to hide somebody on the outside of the wall. But it doesn't look like they have. Guess when you're dealing with the end of the world, the setting and stakes, the absolute highest, having the between bits be oh golly gosh, need fresh tea is just kind of bad. And I guess with an MMO too, you know, you can't keep it high paced the whole way, because otherwise you'll either burn the story too quickly and make it short, or you'll just kind of burn out that general... You'll burn out on the general high stakes. Because like when it's high stakes for a super long time, then you're just like, eh. It's something I've kind of personally wrestled with in my own writings. Various types of pacing and keeping levels. No worries. Worries. No. I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. Yeah, you'll get emotional burnout if it's always heavy. We just really want to move forward with the story. You have a scene of a child monster getting squashed, having laughing bits after doesn't work. A lot of modern stories have this issue. Speed Racer does it right. We'll have to see. But here's the thing. I worry that if I watch it, I will find flaw where you did not. That's all I worry about. Or maybe I won't. I don't know. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there. The searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I I asked the forum, but they will only tell us what our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God's knows what, made by gods know who. Will not stop itching. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Here it is, though. When it comes to like tragedy happening and then, you know, laughing after, this is something. It can actually be very effective. Because there's plenty of stories where I've seen it done well, and it's often meant as kind of the emotional palate cleanser. That's kind of what it's meant to be. But of course, if you're not doing it right, then it doesn't come off that way. Well, I've plenty of times followed up a heavy moment with a little bit of humor to kind of, you know, create that palate cleanser. But you've got to balance it right. And sometimes people just don't want that, you know. Sometimes people don't want a palate cleanser, you know. They want to keep that flavor, that, you know, that emotional flavor. They want to keep it going. But sometimes you also just kind of have to do it as well, because again, you got to maintain preventing that emotional burnout. So sometimes you have to cleanse the palate. And it's just finding the balance on how to do that is tricky. And not always welcome. Sometimes something Final Fantasy does really well, if it's mentioned, it will be brought up later or tied in a big way. Whereas the compelling action is a core trope, yes. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. Face? What's wrong with my... Ow. Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including Loprits in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps our biology itself might offer some clue as well. Consult our collaborators? I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate in fewer trips, should the Aether Burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as though my brow will turn inside out. Perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Let's the horror do its thing and then move on to a light bit to cleanse the palate. Disagree, but pacing has never been Final Fantasy's strong suit. I mean, I would disagree and say it does pacing quite well. it's one thing I have learned, though. Everyone has different opinions on pacing. Like, I used to think pacing was kind of universal, but as it's come to, like, episodes of shows and whatnot, where some people will say, oh, the pacing was off in this, and I'll go, pacing was perfectly fine. And then others will go, the pacing was slightly off, and people go, no, the pacing was fine. And I'm going, I think people have preferences on pacing. Yeah, with A Realm Reborn, it had some pacing issues. I think many of us agree on that one. Well, you can watch Loader Extended Trilogy, but Disney doing 10 one-hour episodes into basically a movie infuriates me. See, that's the thing. This is one of the reasons why I don't like Lord of the Rings. Neither the books nor the movie. The pacing to me is the biggest tragedy. I find it to be absolutely offensive to my sensibilities. I understand that so many people love Lord of the Rings, and so I grant that it is definitely good. But to me, it is just absolutely the worst thing I have ever read and watched. I tried so hard to like it, because so many people I know love it, and I'm just like, it pains me. It pains me to watch it. It's so aggravatingly slow in places it doesn't need to be. There's parts in this that doesn't need to exist. There's 40 pages in the book describing a swamp. Ugh. But yeah, so many people love it, and I'm just like, oh god. It's like Game of Thrones. I tried watching Game of Thrones. I watched the first season of Game of Thrones, and I'm like, I can't do it. I tried. Yeah, Tolkien's a massive English nerd. I tried so much. So many people love it, and I'm just like, I can't. I wish I could, because, with so many people loving it, it's one of those things I wish. Clearly we all disagree, therefore I must set you all on fire. You're just saying that because I'm little. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to collect some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. Don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. Pace-wise, I'm doing this well enough, but as the numbers dwindle, I'm gonna start seeing how this becomes difficult. We're memeing about fucking tea. Well, see, it knows you. It knows you better. You idiots. Have you seen an envelope lying around? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic order I ordered without the bloody slip of parchment. Call me an idiot one more time, and I will remove your legs at the knee. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. It's unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Loporits. I know, that's why I'm saying we chop him up here. And we ask the Loporits about, consuming people like him, because, cannibalism may become an issue on the ship, right? And if not, we should try it anyway, as an experiment. Aha! The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that may be highly unlikely. Yes, yes, highly unlikely. Highly. My visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Yeah, sometimes you just need a cuppa. So far I'm not having too much trouble finding them, but I am being slightly methodical in my search. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. Only make the work go that much slower. This one seems to be coping well. What am I thinking about? The medical facility is on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons. But to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects of living out there indefinitely may have on the body. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? Scan that way. Again is if I miss one. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You, a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Hey look, if the movie Battlefield Earth taught me anything, is that all you need is a few hours in a flight simulator and you can pilot one of the hardest to pilot jets in the world. No problem. Only if it's only if it's shot at a Dutch angle. Very true. Still missing one, and this one's gonna be the struggle, isn't it? Finding the one I'm missing. To?
While you were still learning how to...
Oh. gets near a building. Don't you worry. I will find you, and I will assist you. Last assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg your pardon, but I have no time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do it single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine... Lockports are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? At least they don't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in a week. Lazy sods. So you did pretty well on time, considering half that time was spent just chatting. Behold, Elysium. Through thine efforts, worth hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Livingway doth gather more Loports as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. I've just gotten used to like ones like that where it's like find this dude in this giant red circle and they're almost always hidden. Like almost always. Or on the edges. I've gotten so used to it, that's where I always search first. I'm on to them. I'm on to how they work.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping-Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I don't know if we want a narcoleptic at the helm.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
Thancred, you can't say that.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
Well, that just means the forum sucks.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt.
This place is supposed to be a font of knowledge, and they couldn't give the Loporrits what they needed for information?
Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget,
what about Moonbreeda?
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
And what did I just say? Yeah, speaking of.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Man. Now I see why Moonbreeda was a tank like she was.
Alfei, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Gotta hydrate.
I'm sorry. I truly am.
Do we get to, like, finally get a bit of follow-up on Moonbreeda's story, which was before Heavensward?
I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
So now we get kind of the idea of why we were chasing all these people around for this moment.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
Only the slow parts can do this, yeah. It's kind of like suddenly all that, like, had reason.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Lumber finally closed his mouth.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Oh, Elysium. Be assured that I am fine. I am full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company, as difficult as it was to accept their kindness. It would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Lockbrits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them, as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out of the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I have to be doing until later. God, she's gonna want a competition with carrying shit with me again, isn't she? You're the adventurer who helped the students of Baldesion, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Why is there a child here in the first place? Ah, yes. Simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia, and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in Charlie and Ham. What, did you not send the child home at any point? I assure you we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and, leave Labyrinthos or entrust the child to a friend of ours, as well as somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused in the very future our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart unto others. So he's spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlotte Hamlet. We recently had a little spat with him and he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him will only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be more willing to listen to anyone other than his parents at this point. Ariage, much like the others, has now capped their character arcs. Yeah, pretty much. Thank you for playing my boy. It's most likely in the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he struck out any further on his own. Oh, sorry, I'm very belchy now. Just high enough, so I can't jump them. Huh? Who are you? Cut his ankles off. I'm not going to go home so easily. Probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that not all is right in Labyrinthos. I can decide what to believe on my own, thank you. Why don't you try telling me first? Fine, I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. Yeah, it's called nighttime. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up, all because of my age. Got into a big fight with Father about it. Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of it first. Although, I'm scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you'd come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. Where are you going to spend it? Gladly take your money. You want me to pay? I'm going to take your pocket change. I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. This is a proper deal, alright? You've got to take my money to make it binding. Then it's settled. Kid, I don't want your pocket change. No gumball machines around here I can spend it on. Tell you what, I'll help you out after I've saved the world. Okay? They begin raids, so you're gonna lurk. Okie dokie. You're a visitor to Charlene, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the furthest you have ventured? Traveled to another world. Is that meant to be in jest? You look like your face tells me. The look of your face tells me you're serious. Aye, you should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave to Garavania. If you would do me the honor, the reactor operated by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. The crystal. I hope it does some good for that gleaner. I'm starting to lose my ability to read. Those folks need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness. No shit. A tool which can mean the difference between life and death. Okay. Calm it down, Hemingway. They're synonymous with safe passage and such. It has some custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with a prayer of a more seasoned traveler. Today, that traveler is you, since you face the crystal and pray, a safe traveler to be, if you will. Christ, calm down. May this prevent the gleaner from stubbing his toes. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasa. Concept taught in Razadhan, how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should about do it. With luck, your prayers, with the help of the gleaner, with the guide of the gleaner, will guide the gleaner safely through the paths of his journey. Sections and like so much reading in it. Tell there's like a middle point where it's like when like the stream starts, my reading is a bit rough, and then in the middle I'm fine, and then after a certain point it starts getting rough again. Do the lantern crystal for me. No, my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep me safe until my return. Now I depart for Garabanya. I hope your travels are successful, as well as mine. Well, that's getting getting tired. Getting tired, this is a good point to rest. And fear not, the world is about to end. There's no time to rest. For fuck's sake. Why? Why do they make things just slightly too high to jump? Either make it obviously too high to jump, or make it jumpable. I always hate that, like, it's just 1 inch too high. Hate that. Annoys me in any kind of video game. Friend, I trust your judgment and self-analysis. As a professional mod. Oh, you're gonna hit me with the 3, huh? To the north. On the other side of this wall. Wow, that's the fish missed. Point of no return narrative speaking as soon. This is the only scheduled Final Fantasy stream this week. But I also have no stream tomorrow. Two more here, and that one's probably the quest one, so... main quest one. The moment the dungeon unlocks, you will feel and just not want to stop at all. Lucian, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples. Try not to be too rough with them. Alphonse should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Be a dungeon, instantly followed up by a trial. About 10 minutes later, it's the final zone. I want to do that one in one sitting. Is the trial one with a duty? Duty support, or do I have to people? Because at this point, people is going to be impossible. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that here with the others. Oh, it does have support. Okay. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Huh, then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Emporia to begin with, so was I. No dealing with other players to the final trial. Did you come to be involved in this because I'm a warrior? Well, because I listened to a fucking Moogle when I was riding in the back of a cart on my first day to Gridania. Turns out that this is the base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as what is to be included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look. Not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Leopoldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Wait, so does your Endwalker backstory mean that you possessed you back on the cart? Oh, you mean that I entered the body of this coat? Look, I have the power. Look, I have the supposed powers of an Ascian, right? Say the latest stopping point is just after the trial, before traveling to the final zone. Wait, we just... This is different. God. Because these all look the same, I wonder if I... Very start? You mean like the very start of the game? Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? I brought the samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110, the crates by the entrance. You know when you were prompted to go to the final zone? Oh, thank you. How many hours roughly is the final zone? One of my colleagues. We're dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're fortunate children, are you not? Alphonse and Alize, at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days in the studium. I remember when you were nigh waddling hither and thither. Yea, hi. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's nolus, no less. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray, spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and ream of paperwork want for submission. We can help you with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery. So how about you take each one? It's almost as long as the Elpis section. Yeah, that's quite Does that include crying? Oh no. Wait right there. You will find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphanon and Alize. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. To be honest, I wasn't worried about them. Should I be? Not one of the Scions with the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be meant to be working on the Aether Burner. Leopoldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hand at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlene has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. And trust me, you wouldn't want to call it quits after traveling there. It's so hard not to be tempted though, because like I say, this is the only scheduled run I have this week. Because I can't do it on Thursday. Friday is Codenanigans. It's like... spoiling that the Blino Zone is Taco Bell. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only need to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons. You will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and that is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Liviere name garners such respect in Charlene is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Numa's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. It is why Nurmkrampf's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, I, Archon Louis Sois, looked to quit saying that. But his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict was at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. So let's be real, guys, and this is true. I'm speaking true to fact. Sometimes violence is the answer. This is Endwalker, this is Thancred. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louis lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlene or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunat could not reconcile Louis' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunat agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? God knows Fortunat's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable, he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. He's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insights. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me in too much trouble now. I need the Forum on my side. Speaking of which, I have to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three! Grah, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Elysium? Can you spare the time? Well, I was gonna go get some soup, but I guess not. Perfect, this shouldn't take long. Open all these. No soup, never any soup. We demand soup. I don't hate it. Maybe dye it a different color. I hate that the quotes have context. I prefer that they have context because then I know where they come from. I mean, this looks in no way like armor, but cloak didn't either, but like I say, I may dye this a different color, but I do like this outfit. play more Cult of the Lamb sometime. We never did finish that playthrough. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of animatite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Cole wishes to be ready with the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Cole's forge to burn hotter, which set me to increase the amount of aether being funneled to its furnaces. The flow of fire aspect of aether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlene Hamlet once the animantite arrives, if not before. This way then. I wonder if I have any. Hang on. What do I have? There's a couple guys here. That almost looks nice. Too dark. That's just pink. I don't have that color, so I've got this one, this one. That one. Actually, let's go with this color. If anything, I'd want to go like almost something like that, which I don't have right now. There we go. That's better. that one section I've not been. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. Besides, I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn to the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose little threat. They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here if you would. Mint. I like the effect that when they cast water spells, my clothes actually become wet. Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. Water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kukol will have seen a difference in his forged flames by the time I return. As soon as I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Allag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's efforts to extend beyond the boundaries of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Allag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was the infamous technologist Amon. Wanted to travel the Sea of Stars? Do you remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he had retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once. The Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue this idea with such fervor? See, this is what I was kind of wondering. This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence of the inexorable decline of Allag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zande. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Xande's return, Amon provided these languid souls with a means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Xande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only have been a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequence of their actions which matter. Their motives are no more of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol's getting on? One in the north, and then a quest with the finish. But Ooh, I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha. There's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do, only I hate waiting. I want that adamantite and I want it now. Share your impatience, I assure you. There's truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the Forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I could go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in the Charlene Hamlet and 9. It hasn't begun yet, and if we don't find a bug to fill the last slot in 6 minutes, we're calling off the raid. Do you not have a static, or are they just not showing up tonight? 2, but there's a 7-person static since we can't find one more person. Ah. Waiting on 2 pugs to join, and we don't like raiding with bugs. Oh no. Seems like a bit of a conundrum, doesn't it? Wait here, companions are bound to turn up sooner or later.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
This is the cutscene you mentioned that changes depending on what content you've done or not.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Speed level, and there's just one dude in a box.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. And a hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
Dude has made her feel.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. I played a vital role in keeping a lookout whilst our expeditionary forces secured the adamantite.
He just throws the ship at the moon. That would work. I would trust him to do that.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the self-same port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino.
Raid is cancelled. Oh, I'm sorry.
Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Oh, cute. Okay with that. So now you get to watch Stream Good and Proper again.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother! Oh, shit.
Amelians.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I spend all my husband's money. He won't and can't do anything about it. She's almost actually a philanthropist.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlian. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
And Nero. Garland Ironworks' finest
As you
and
like us
Nero.
not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshires, treasure hunters, not least among them.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat not have more pressing concerns?
Still not used to the new VA for him since they underuse him so much in the MSQ. Yeah, see, that was the thing. Like, my girlfriend was actually commenting on that today. She's on, like, she's almost Endwalker. So the part with Sid on it, she was like, his voice changed again? And I'm like, I don't think so. I think they just almost never use his voice, so it's, you never hear it. Like, it's because you always hear it in Praetorium, and almost never anywhere else.
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
That was the roar.
Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, gave his assent. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
This is the only time you'll quote Guardians of the Galaxy. Why do you care about saving this galaxy? I'm one of the idiots living in it.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Hey, Dina.
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no? 10, no? 14 bleeding percent.
Hey, Derpster.
Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family.
Can I get that hug? Because I'm the one doing the heavy lifting.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst.
Would have been absolutely terrifying if they were large hands when you were born.
It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father, The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise.
Hey! Hey, Jackalope! Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Hello, Root.
Taught me what friendship could mean.
Thank you for the follow. I am a
was
fucking
delicious.
pony, yes. What did you, oh yeah, you ended up playing Dead Space today. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Oh no, you might be tucked into an ad right now. I actually don't know. You're in 2012 again, let's go. Yeah, we're watching elves say words. How you doing? How'd your stream go? They wake up, it's 2014. Yeah, we're getting close to the to the end of the stream, but I think there's a after the dungeon, I guess. What Digi said. It's okay, not scary, but fun. Yeah, Dead Space is kind of like that. Dead Space is scary is more in the like worrying what shit's going to kill you rather than things being actually scary. But I always like the world of Dead Space. The world of Dead Space is really good. I've played all three of them. They're pretty good. But fun. But fun. But fun. That's a reference from 2012. Oh my god. The out of context clip. What was it? Was it from Lilith's Pet Shop? I'm trying to remember what it was. If you clipped it just right, it said butt fun. There's talk of a possibly Dead Space movie by a famous director, dude. I thought I heard something about that. Don't really talk, just John Carpenter saying that. Oh yeah, that was what it was. Like John Carpenter saying, yeah, I'd like to do one, and everyone's going, why don't you let him do it? Pound Puppies, that was it. Pound Puppies. Little's Pet Shop was the other. Remember the Hub? Remember when the Hub existed? And the sadness when it disappeared? Yeah, it was Pound Puppies. Good lord, it seems like forever ago and not long ago, all at the same time. Hard stopping point is straight after this trial. Okay. So yeah, we'll do this trial that's coming up, and then that's where I'll hand it off to someone else. But I'm glad you had a good time. I don't want to stop. I know there's like an entire session that's coming up next, but this is the only scheduled Final Fantasy stream I have this week. Because I'm off tomorrow, I'm not here on Thursday, and then Friday is Codenanigans. I'm like, but we're so close to the end. We're so close to the end. Oh, goodness. Ugh. This is what I get for agreeing to play this on stream. You all did this, I'll have you know.
The test me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream.
It's entirely your fault. You're not sorry. Fight so hard so you can launch your kids into space too. If I had kids, I would want to launch them into space.
You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Buddy, they've been walking their own path for quite some time. Where you been?
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
Maybe Gabu. Gabu is lightly replaceable. Of course you quote that.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
I'm standing right back
We shall be
here.
glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels.
Yeah, I know. I'm back here, guys. Can I get a little piece of this pie? Come on. I've been doing all the heavy lifting.
Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
You see more thighs. Those are my thighs. Yeah, I'm their real dad. I've been raising them. I've been saving their lives. I'm their real dad. What do you mean, oh, never mind? What do you mean, oh, never mind about the thighs? Is these children? I'm married. You're married to God.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well.
You're a pony. You wouldn't know what to do with thighs. Hey! Technically, I have 4 thighs, thank you very much. I have twice the amount of thighs of most. Catch these hooves.
I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger.
Oh, have no mistake. I threw them at danger like every chance I got.
Yours,
like little darts.
in particular.
Oh no, I would launch them into danger like Shining Armor would throw Cadence. Let me tell you.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
Yeah, sure. Alize and...
If we finish loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into
Alpha
motion?
Bro, what was his name?
People are beginning to look confused.
We lose the boy.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
Hey, you like my thighs? For what? What the fuck? Did Graha just decide to be the next Tokoge? 4 thighs is probably better than 2. We'll go with the with me.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
I have 2 forearms and 2 gaskins? What? So I just realized. I never made my weapons show again after we went into the form. Horse anatomy. Don't you sass me. Don't sass me. Look, I know. I'm saying don't sass me. If I want to call them thighs, don't you sass me. Besides, that's a horse. Yeah, see? What did you said? That's a horse. Not only am I a pony, I'm a Pegasus. Show me the anatomy of a show me an actual anatomical ouch of a Pegasus. Anyway. Finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As we agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him in Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the form's method of speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with Adamantine have offered to stay and see to many remaining tasks that need doing. The form has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. Off to Poria, then. Thank you for the... Don't throw apples at me. No throw apples. Give apple, not throw. Something you can pick up, then hug, and squeeze to literal death. See, this Aetherite here, this Aetherite is just really just a troll. So, I mean, look at this. If you teleport in, you always get your shoes wet. This is your doing, isn't it, Fortunate? Elysium, I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Claire Lane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Why after you? I should go ahead of you. What's wrong with you? Would you have 4 cannons instead of shins? I'll accept that. And get clean shoes. Yeah, but if I was wearing socks, they'd be all wet. You're with Master Fortunal, yes? Just step inside the lift here. Here we proceed to the heart of the Brinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Thaumazein. You take that right before bedtime. Thaumazein, for when you wish to commune with a goddess. Thaumazein. Side effects may include sleeplessness, internal bleeding, external bleeding, hearing loss, excess hearing, and hair growth. The beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delved to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Missing an ether current here. Missing 2. Oh shit. God, it's an actual starship. I figured it'd look a bit more, you know, somehow, I don't know. More magical and less technical, as is the way of Final Fantasy usually. I don't know really how to describe it. Yeah, a literal spaceship. Bid you welcome to Thaumazein. I don't know how to pronounce it. Direct your attention towards the center to behold the arc over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft. The better to reduce fuel consumption, miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. Aether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but shall be reattached soon enough. I've received word the Kakol has several of your allies are working on it with intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Like how your character's more in awe of the spaceship than being on the fucking moon. Look, I mean, come on. What is the moon? It's just this orb floating in space. I mean, come on. should have been a voice cut scene for such a big moment. There's so many that I wish were voiced. I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Be prepared. You land on the moon to see a fucking city. It's no big deal. Again, with all the shit I've seen, but come on, a spaceship? I've seen the moon from afar all the time, but I've never seen a spaceship. Not an actual spaceship. I've been to other dimensions. So I mean, come on. The moon is just another place. But a spaceship? Come on. Those are not the moon in the moon space? I mean, come on, what's the difference? I mean, Warrior of Light was just amazing in the sense where they're like, wow, that's just a literal spaceship. Wow. A moon? Practically the same thing. Are you prepared? A new hat, not like I ever wear them. You okay, Nelly? You having problems? Alright. You seem to be struggling, dear. My hat look like? What the hell is that? No. Shit. What the shit is this hat? I feel like just in wearing this hat, I should have a quote underneath it going, "Are we the bad guys?" Yeah, it doesn't feel like a good hat. That does not feel like a good hat, especially with the eye patch to make it worse, and the little like black teardrop underneath it. I mean, the goggles kind of, like, zoom in, like reduce it ever so slightly, but not enough. Ugh. Makes me a bit nervous. Can you hide the eye patch? No, unfortunately, it all goes. I gotta hide the whole hat or nothing. Wait, you can toggle the eye patch? How? How can you toggle the eye patch? Try visor? What? What are you talking about? Is there a function in this game I've been missing this whole time? Oh, no fucking way. Is that what that thing does? How? I've been playing this game how long, and I've only just now messed with that button. That definitely improves it. Yeah, now it actually does not seem that bad. For some reason, that eye patch just makes it terrible. Why did I not know of that? It's like this. It's like this down here. How for the longest time, I didn't know about this feature. Oh hey, I've got 5 million gil. Still, don't like that. Well, good to know about the visor thing. Better, but the hat style still screams, "Are we the baddies?" I know, right? Oh god. I don't know why it goes with it. Why is it supposed to go with this outfit? It just doesn't feel like it any way. I think it's supposed to be trying to go for like a vague, maybe steampunk kind of vibe, I think, is what it's trying to go for, maybe? But the hat just misses it. I'm not sure. A lot of the hats in this game seem to be vague misses, though, when it comes to, like, the whole outfit. There are some really good hats, but others are just like, wow. There's a reason I don't wear a hat most of the time. Yeah, and also to say Digi's former statements, you know, we see the moon every day. How often do we see a spaceship? So yeah. All right. We make for the lift at the center of the chamber. Come. Yeah, I know. I had to say it out just for you, Nelly. Supposed to be a steampunk in the way the Machinist Guild is steampunk. It's reskinned Ishgardian gear. Yeah, that makes sense. See, another reason why I want to get through this, so not only can I be caught up, but once I get through this, I'm gonna do all like the side stuff I've been missing. There's so much side content I'm missing. The side content I'll like do off stream. Though I suppose, are you guys gonna want to see me do the Manderville quest? I've done, let's see, on this account I've done, how far have I gone in the Manderville quest line? I can't remember. I don't know if you guys want to see me do that or not. Where am I going, by the way? Not here. You're going to escape from 7 days alone. Maybe you'll take DD and Prime. Then you would be isn't your duty to watch over me, Nelly? Aren't you supposed to be guarding me to make sure I never get back? Wasn't that the whole traitor moment? That you were guarding to make sure I never got back home? And if you escape without me, then who will stop me from making it back? See, maybe the whole reason I haven't made it back is because you have been stopping me this whole time. All my calculations are always just slightly off. But maybe if you leave me, it won't be off this time. Be accomplished in that, taking the last nuke. I think Pinky and the Brain did this. Raids are pretty good, story heavy. This expansion. I have done no raids at all. Like none. I did some of Alexander. I haven't actually finished Alexander. I got halfway through it. I did do part of it. But that's about all I've done. Your brain did this and it turned out brain was the problem. You'll be the net navi to my ship. You'll totally put the right chords in. Will you actually help me get home, Digi? And help this dimension hopping horse. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists the ethereal plane. What we've referred to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and the ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more, here in Thomazine. Moon is the science horse, you're the engineer. I'm a bit of an engineer as well. No sooner did the Forum decide withdraw from Eorzea than we began to work on this facility. So they just dug a really deep hole. Engineer of disaster. I'm not so sure if it's been my fault this entire time now. Maybe the disaster's all been you. Slightly changing the numbers on me. Built a Stargate. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Atioscope. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we've ever dared, beyond the scope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Atioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of aether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you're at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we'll recall you with the teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remain here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there's an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Guess that's Kryl. Please, allow me. I've thought upon this much, and, in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. I heard Sparrow doing something. What if Luna is the princess? Luna is the problem, princess not ours. Why would Luna be the problem? We all know it was the other purple smart who was jealous of me. And maybe other proposed lore. Still think she was framed? No, she framed Celestia, remember? If I assist in the manner that Master Fortunat has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Do you trust in me to do so? Maybe someone framed her and framing Celestia. Now wait, how deep is this gonna go? We're not gonna go Inception levels here. I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all the effort you put to keep us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into aether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured I'll be keeping a close eye on all of you. Besides, I'm extremely ether dense. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? If you think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides? Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you, be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Did you frame her, Nelly? Are you hinting that you framed Twilight and got her to frame Celestia? Didn't say anything, especially depends on which Rika Nelly you're talking about. There's at least 3 in play. It's kind of like if you ask which moon coral is it. There's several moon corals, actually. Alright, who should we bring? Who would be best suited to this? Oh, I need to do something that I consistently forget to do. Where is it? There. Because if I have her with me, she will always use the limit break immediately. But if I don't bring her with me, then I think I get to use the limit break. So there's Rika Prime, Pony Rika, Ikiju Rika. Pony Rika is not Rika Prime. Like how Pony Moon is Moon Prime. The thing of it is, there are several Pony Moons. I mean, most all moons are Pony. There's Changeling Moon, Watcher Moon, alternate timeline, Future Moon. Took you Stola, Thancred, and Urianger. And there's a Mega Mare out there. And Moon Kirby. Oh, those ones.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
Victory will be ours!
So I always like bringing these two. Thancred always makes a good tank. Let's go. That's what Sparrow's crunching on. We gave him a big, massive treat today. That's what he's chewing on. Also, we're looking into rescue rats as a potential companion for Sparrow. We're finally breaking down. think we found a place that does rescue rats. Should finally finish the assignment due in 20 minutes. You know. On my dance part.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Be gone!
See, didn't even see the rope there.
Ready!
Was that supposed to be Louis Soir? Or was that Louis Soir or was that Papa Limo? Which one was it? It was Steve from accounting. What the hell is that thing? It was Granddad. Okay, yeah, it was Louis Soir.
Ether. It will guide you.
Is It's the Guardian Lady with white armor from ARR. Ah.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Like Moonbreeda's axe. Oh, and that's what's his name. Never remember his name, but I know who that is.
Together we shall overcome this.
The one that they had to explain why Alphanor was not able to heal him. Apparently they had to change the scene to explain it.
Overcome this.
Be gone! Be gone!
I will not hold back. I will not hold back.
Which one was this? It's vaguely recognizable, I just can't remember which one this guy is.
not hold back!
Oof. The Power Ranger with the 2 gun shields. Oh, that one. I know what one you're talking about. I remember. Yeah, it's solo now. It's like how the bridge in Heaven's Ward is solo. Used to be a full trial. Oh, is that Minfilia?
Make ready! Be gone! You're mine!
Last boss is therapy for your fists. Just want to know how a treasure coffer gets down here. Did they drop it?
You're mine! Be gone! Be gone! Make ready! Make ready! Be gone!
Oh man, this has to be awkward for Thancred. This is a little awkward for you, buddy.
Be gone!
Figure out how to use that skill. 'Cause I'm not 100% sure how to activate that.
Be gone!
Alright, you're just hauling that tree around. Is that what I'm hearing you do? That's what. I'm playing the game time. One moment. What he was doing, but he was very happy to crawl up on my arm and get lifted on top of the cage, so looked like maybe a moth was pestering him. So we've still got this damn moth infestation. We're slowly trying to get out of here. I think that's what maybe scared him the other day, because he's... Like last week at some time, he was just terrified of something in the hallway. Thinking maybe a moth was attacking him. Speaking of, there's one flying around me. Oh, wait. Give him a moment to see if he wants to come back down, because once this fight starts, I can't stop. He'll start like walking out on the top edge of the cage door over to me if he wants to. I think it is a moth that's pestering him, because there's the one that's flying around the office has flown back into the cage. So. Moth is pestering him.
Together we shall overcome this. Be gone!
Went down again, sir. You have to wait just
I will
one
not
minute.
hold back.
Stay up there. Let me give him just a moment to see if he's either gonna tuck in or he's gonna come out. Put this big treat up there, so maybe he'll...
So headstrong, stubborn, to the last. But this is as far as you go.
Is that
Oblivion beckons!
Again? Where do you want down? Now you have to choose this exact moment if you want down or not. Want down? Yeah, he wants down. Okay, 1 second. just got zoomies. Teach him a lesson one final time. Fucking thing. Ugh.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer.
Be gone!
Mechanic? Ugh.
The stage is set.
This is an interesting time for you to have zoomies, son.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction. Make ready. Man, what a boorish audience you are!
Be gone!
My turn.
Be gone!
My turn.
Be gone! Be gone! Be gone!
Pull it.
Be gone!
I will not hold back.
All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
More than Half-Life 2, damn. Landed right on his face.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
What is it with everyone wanting me to kick their ass?
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Maybe in your memories of Medion, do you recall your days as Hermes? Medion.
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmett Selk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emmett Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him To be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly.
Oh, was that where I could get followers? Was that a follower bot? Maybe this would be my time.
But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery?
We're letting him monologue? Well, why not? He's not coming back after this. It's not like he's gonna monologue and run away.
Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning.
Plus, we did want to know why he turned out the way he did.
To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question, and yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van Damme, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I.
It's the other shitlord.
We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Yeah, this was the guy. This was the guy that had the chub on for Xenos, whose body Fandaniel took.
Is that Asahi?
Asahi shirt guy? No way.
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
It's like Nellie's worst nightmare coming to existence right now.
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Better get started.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Dude, I couldn't stomach you enough to even
Likewise.
bother following you.
I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
See, the way I see it is that was basically Hermes waking back up. The whole Fandaniel was almost like this broken character. But when he started to realize he was becoming Hermes again. And so that's the one I sympathize with. Not Fandaniel, but Hermes. Yeah, it's more twisted and just absolutely broken version of him.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Alright, we took the long way to get here this time. I was gonna say you look different.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come, yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
Wait, so you aren't the giant floating crystal? Yeah, what's with the whole crystal thing behind you?
To flee is but one of two paths.
Is that like your bedroom, or and if so,
Mommy, I mean mommy, I mean mommy, I mean mommy, I mean mommy.
Thank you for the bits, Nelly.
The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught.
I like to think she was hiding behind it and talking to you back in A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward, like the wizard behind the curtain. she's just always sitting just a little bit behind it.
Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once.
You haven't even met her.
After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear, I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream. Yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power. The strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Hey, Deskar.
No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
The end. Alright, so we're still good to do this one, right? Okay. See, the thing of it is, it's like, I fought her once already, but for her, she's changed a lot and a lot of time has passed. But for me, it's been like a week. My strength hasn't had that much time to grow. It's like 20 or 30 minutes to the final zone. Okay. Sound was Sparrow, but it was just some of the backtracking music. It's only fair we took down Zodiark.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
You're still up. Be my dating partner. Let's go.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? Change of arms. May the test continue.
Be gone!
We're near or far.
My turn.
And now this.
Allow me.
Light unyielding.
Shadowing the hell out of you. Stola.
You're mine!
By blade!
You're mine! Be gone!
Light unyielding!
Something special for you. Be gone!
By blade! Crystals of light, to me! Here!
I will not hold back.
The soul of creation's end! Feel! The sorrow at hope's demise.
You cannot stop us!
Think!
I have you!
I have you now. Find your way in the darkness.
Be gone! Be gone!
I have you!
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. When you are resolved, this test is far from
You
over.
cannot stop us!
By crystal's light.
You're mine!
Where near or far.
Be gone! Be gone!
Where high or low.
Allow me.
Something special for you. Make ready.
Light unyielding.
Why did you guys?
Be gone!
We
must destroy! Refocus the eternal!
Away with you!
You're mine!
This will hurt. Make ready!
You underestimate me! By blade! Succumb not to fear!
Allow me.
Be gone! Be gone! Be gone!
Light unyielding!
Not this. I will not hold back.
Might. Together we shall overcome this.
Allow me.
Be gone! Be gone!
I have you now! Where near or far!
Be gone! Be gone!
I have you now!
Be gone! You're mine!
You cannot stop us! Something special for you.
I have you now!
You cannot stop us!
Be gone!
Christ, this fight.
Light unyielding!
Help me.
On your feet!
Someone will take that.
Be gone!
Ooh.
At last, man has the strength to.
It would be weird for the narrative not to let you do it with them. So appropriate for the story, it's great. Well, guys, commendations? No? Fuck. Ugh. Jesus.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment.
Yeah, I know. It's like, what did you expect was going to happen, Alize? This is what she wanted us to do. It was her or us.
It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
I think I accidentally double-clicked.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. To deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
Stola Mom is dying. Now is not the time for science. It's the perfect time for science. You gotta get that last question in.
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized.
No pressure, no pressure. Ah, I got this. The biggest Chekhov gun.
They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature.
Start of the game when you created the character, the very first thing you saw when you started. It's full circle. Well, we've seen the Mother Crystal several times.
The Mother Crystal. Our final hope.
Go out in the hallway.
Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer.
Oh, please be a kiss.
Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned.
Yeah, a hug to thine bosom. You will have my child. Oh no. Awkward if you're playing a male character.
Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azum, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her Our journey is far from over.
We'll find our way, Vanilla.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children. You know, never imagined she would go. For some reason, it never struck me. Alright, so it's safe until I start the next quest, right? It'll pretty much tell me I'm going elsewhere, right? Oh yeah, the glitter's gonna be with me forever. I'm glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls, deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your aether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? Not sure you actually want to know. I've now slain 2 Elder Primals. I mean to say Hydaelyn is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. We'll find Medion if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one? To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, but that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only 2 means to travel to the great expanse, the moon and Charlene's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. Is that settled? Might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it.
You can chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day? Gods. I mean, technically, at any point, it's just a straight line. Gods above, I hope we fly the fucking moon. That would be great, wouldn't it? Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap. Man, we just assured there are going to be no more Warriors of Light, too. Ain't nobody going to be hearing her call anymore.
That's no moon. Wait, what the shit? It is a moon and it's coming right for US.
Thank you for the bits. Where? Yeah, that's fine. Go up first. Been expecting you. Heard your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea? Dizziness? Hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep. And if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. Stream for this long. But I didn't want to stop either. We have to ensure the next session, whenever it happens, is the one. The pioneers used to drive that baby for miles.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
It's on Tuesday or Thursday. Why is that? Oh, they're raid nights. Think that's a good stopper? Right there. Perfect stopping point. Alright, sounds good. Then it shall be. Turianja, you mean Moonbreeda's parents? Oh my goodness. Well then. 8.5 hour stream. Oh god, I'm not gonna want to stop on the next one. So the next stream of this should be the one, maybe. Good lord. It never occurred to me we would destroy Hydaelyn. It never occurred to me. And now it feels weird. Ugh. Goodness. I don't know when I'll be able to do it, when the next one will be, unfortunately. Because tomorrow I'm off. Thursday I'm away. And Friday is Conanigans. So, it's likely gonna have to be next week. I'm just not sure which day, if it's gonna be Monday or Tuesday. Unless I can somehow sneak one in on a weekend, but I'm not sure about that. Surprise Saturday stream. Maybe. Don't know. I have no idea. Wait, Saturday? No, I can't do it Saturday. Saturday is Discord Pony Night. And we missed last Saturday. So I can't do it on Saturday night. Anything but Tuesday or Thursday. Well, that leaves only Monday then. Well, it depends on when Conanigans has to be next week. Wait, you watch Cry Wilderness? I want to see that one. I haven't seen that one. I wanted to watch that. Why are you watching all the ones I want to watch? Can I make my main PCs canon that they're a Scion with you as a Warrior of Light? You don't want them to be a chosen one. We'll do a watch of the newer seasons together, maybe, since we haven't seen the all of them. Well, I still want to see that one. It sucks I missed Saturday then. Anyway. Alright, it's really late. I'm willing to bet Jin is up. Jin is always streaming late. Is anyone else on? Oh, is Marsh up? What's Marsh doing? Oh, he's doing a more... Wait, didn't he finish? Or is he doing the DLC? Because I thought... Well, I didn't manage to stay awake for all his last stream. So I wonder if he's doing the DLC or not. Oh, you're right. Nina's up too. Nina's doing Grounded. Yeah, you know what? I never get to raid Nina. We'll raid Nina. Start the raid. Okie dokie. Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. Holy crap, and another 8+ hour stream. Jeez. Especially you're responsible playing Grounded. Are we gonna play that for Conanigans at some point? Thought we were waiting on that. But yeah. I will be back Friday. Yes, but I'll be back Friday. Friday is Conanigans. I'm off tomorrow. I'm away on Thursday because I'm going to Halloween Fright Nights at a theme park. So yeah, I'll have to figure out when the next Final Fantasy is, but we'll try to make it the big one where we push to the end. But besides, I mean, you're going in blind for science, so I kind of like when we can all discover things, but that's all right. Yeah, so like I said, I won't be back until Friday. So yeah, so sorry for the short amount of streams this week. I was sick yesterday. Oh, but that counter's already coming down. All right, guys. Have a good one. Bye. I'll see you on Friday. Bye, 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 bye.